I don't usually own the foreign food, but this other stuff, not bad.
Oh, this is cute. Ah. Yeah, but the biscuit, it tastes like something you can take on the journey.
Nothing ever dampens your spirits, does it, Sam?
Oh, yes.
Don't play well with others.
Textbook narcissism. Agreed?
It's quite the laundry list of flaws to sell to a mass audience, but director Jon Favreau and his team on the first Iron Man movie did something clever. I mean, aside from the obvious. They pitted their fundamentally flawed protagonist against a similarly characterized antagonist. Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane share a profession, wealth, power, hubris, a dictator's need for control. I mean, Stan Lee's cursory description of Iron Man could have just as easily been used to describe Ironmonger. But at some point, things change. Their arcs diverge, revealing a separation between what a character seems to be on the surface and who they truly are. And it's here that we begin to lean into McKee's next point, which is that characterization is not the same as true character. True character, McKee says, is revealed in the choices a human being makes under pressure, and the revelation of true character, in contrast or contradiction to characterization, is fundamental to all fine storytelling.
We're not doing a good enough job. We can do better. We're going to do something else.
Like what?
This relationship is in some ways the inverse of what we see in, say, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2.
Intelligence is not a privilege, it's a gift, and you use it for the good of mankind.
There we had two characteristically good men of similar sensibilities and passions, where one is driven to use a common power for evil. And here we have two characteristically bad men, where one is driven to use a common power for good. Now, granted, the true nature of Sam Raimi's Dr. Octavius is substantially more complex than Ironmonger's, and a topic I've covered before, but this is all just to say, a protagonist should surprise us. The greater the dichotomy between true character and perceived characterization, the more captivating our hero becomes. See, the real trouble for the screenwriter doesn't come in crafting this contradiction. It comes in maintaining it over the course of multiple films.
Don't push it, I'll give you a war you won't believe.
McKee notably cites Rambo as an example of how a failure to maintain this dichotomy can have a detrimental effect on franchise sequels. In First Blood, Sylvester Stallone's Rambo begins a burned-out war veteran traveling on foot in search of peace and solitude. But when he's unceremoniously provoked by a local sheriff, a ruthless killer is uncaged. It's a gripping contradiction, but by the time the sequels rolled around, all that revelation was already spent. Rambo's characterization and his true character became one and the same. Producer Kevin Feige and the filmmakers throughout the MCU managed to avoid this trap by not resolving the discrepancy between Iron Man's character and characterization too early. In the final scene of the first Iron Man movie, Tony Stark is instructed by Agent Coulson to share with the press a story that would effectively cover up his involvement in the events of the film and maintain his secret identity. After all, that's why superheroes wear the mask. But for Stark, to do that would be to resolve his hubris, to undermine his need to control the narrative, and to align the true character, partially unveiled to us in this film, with a conventional characterization of a superhero, which is why, in a twist ending and a famously improvised line by Robert Downey Jr., Stark openly admits to the world,
I am Iron Man.
in one line, we're reminded that this character is still interesting. In one line, seeds of future conflict are planted for a decade of films to follow. How will this character struggle to reconcile who he is with what he is? That is, after all, the question that drives the whole thing. The reason we as an audience have even been able to trace Iron Man's arc through the MCU is because the conflicts in each film were built up and up from the incongruity between Tony Stark's true character as a superhero and his characterization as an abundantly flawed protagonist. As long as Stark had flaws, as long as he had ego and arrogance and hubris, he had conflict. conflict for his true nature and for the franchise to overcome. Quite poetically, Iron Man self-perpetuated his own arc, gradually working through that laundry list of defects along the way, until finally, his characterization and true character aligned, and his story could end. Hey everybody, I'm Danny Boyd. What's your favorite Iron Man moment or quote from the MCU? Leave a comment. Hi, I'm Danny Boyd, and the day is February 14th, 1991. You've never seen Jonathan Demme's The Silence of the Lambs. You don't know that in a staggering 13 months, it'll become one of just 3 films in history to win the top 5 Oscars at the Academy Awards. As a matter of fact, you don't know anything, except what the friend who's dragged you down to your local AMC to see it has told you. It's a scary movie about a serial killer named Hannibal Lecter who eats people, and this other guy who makes human bodysuits out of his victims. Fun. But now imagine you arrive and the concession line is a bit long. You rush into the theater 2 minutes into the film, and you see this. A woman running in the woods. But remember, scary movie, right? So maybe you fill in a few details of your own. Because how many times have you seen this exact shot in a horror movie? Or what about this shot of someone trying desperately to open up their car door at night to make their escape from an impending threat? On their surface, these are tropes, and from them are born preconceptions about certain images linked with singular contexts within a genre, when in reality, Jodie Foster's Clarice Starling is actually completing an obstacle course at an FBI training facility outside of Quantico. She's actually investigating a murder and breaking into an old car to find evidence. These shots aren't meant to trick you. Their context within The Silence of the Lambs is perfectly clear, but director Jonathan Demme has put them in for a reason, and in their own small way, they represent everything brilliant about this movie. The Silence of the Lambs asks us to forget everything we've seen before, everything we thought we knew, about the genre, about its characters, about what it means to be an Oscar contender. Don't measure this film against any of that.
Read Marcus Aurelius. Of each particular thing, ask, what is it in itself? What is its nature?
Now, I won't harp on as to whether The Silence of the Lambs is really a horror movie or whether it should be classified as psychological thriller, but on whatever shelf you put it, the fact is, before 1992, no movie as horrific had ever won the Oscar for Best Picture, let alone swept for Best Actress, Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Screenplay. And why not? Jonathan Demme's film has all the makings of an esteemed Oscar-pleasing Hollywood production, minus the genre.
You see a lot, Doctor?
Jodie Foster's performance is a masterclass in naturalism. Her character's fears, strengths, insecurities, responses to her environment are each played out reactively and on instinct. Clarice Starling abandons the tropey preconceptions of women in the genre in place of someone real, someone motivated not by plot or archetype, but by her immediate circumstances and her past traumas. Someone endowed with the resolve to overcome obstacles and to later help others in the film who can't.
Now then, tell me, what did Miggs say to you? Multiple Miggs in the next cell. He hissed at you. What did he say?
But where Foster is remarkably understated, and her Clarice remarkably human, Anthony Hopkins' Hannibal Lecter is a different story completely. Hopkins' deliveries are clinically precise, spoken in a voice that, according to him, was 1/3 Katharine Hepburn, 1/3 Truman Capote, and 1/3 Stanley Kubrick's HAL 9000.
Hello, Dave.
And a voice that Hopkins' deliveries are clinically precise, spoken in a voice that, according to him, was 1/3 Katharine Hepburn, 1/3 Truman Capote, and 1/3 Stanley Kubrick's HAL 9000.
Hello, Dave.
Good evening, Clarice.
Hannibal as a character is driven not by his own emotions or humanity, but by a fascination for and constant study of the emotions of others. Hopkins' fascination for and driven not by his own emotions. Hannibal as a character is driven not by his own emotions or humanity, but by a fascination for and constant study of the emotions of others. Hopkins' physicality is at the same time inviting and predatory, almost reptilian, fiercely calculated, as though every word Hopkins speaks, every motion he makes, is performed by deliberate cognitive volition, not as a reaction, and not by instinct.
Anthrax Island. That was an especially nice touch, Clarice. Yours?
You can't quite get a firm read on Hannibal because, well, he's too busy reading you. When asked about the character of Hannibal Lecter, Silence of the Lambs screenwriter Ted Talley once said, "The more you explain him, the less he is. I don't want to know that somebody hurt his puppy when he was 8 years old. I don't want him to be conventionally motivated. Less is more." And Talley wasn't kidding either. Across the film's 118-minute runtime, Anthony Hopkins is on screen for just 16 of them, one of the shortest Best Actor Oscar wins of all time. It's an unprecedented performance that some critics have even suggested could have very well unbalanced the movie had it been reveled in for any longer. But the genius of Hannibal from a screenwriting perspective is how his presence in The Silence of the Lambs manages to spill over those 16 minutes. Lecter himself is preceded by his own mythologized reputation. The first scene in Hannibal's cell may be when Clarice first meets him, but it isn't the scene that we're first introduced to him.
Sit down.
This is
Yes, sir.
Jack Crawford's office.
I remember you from my seminar at UVA.
5 minutes into the movie, where Demi and Talley give us a deliberately suggestive understanding
The psychiatrist Hannibal Lecter.
of what this character has done,
Hannibal the cannibal.
what makes him dangerous,
Believe me, you don't want Hannibal Lecter inside your head.
and what he is.
And what is that?
Oh, he's a monster.
It's just enough to form an image, but not enough to fill it in with the full truth.
He's past the others. The last cell.
Each inmate that Starling passes on the way to Hannibal's cell is more maniacal and frenetic than the last. By all accounts, Hannibal should exceed them all. But he doesn't. Hannibal Lecter is calm and collected, standing at attention in a neat, form-fitting jumpsuit. A Hopkins idea, by the way. And it isn't that Hopkins or his portrayal of Hannibal undermines anything that's been said about him so far. After all, he has killed people and eaten them. Rather, it's that the character defines for itself the nature of the monster in a horror movie.
What is its nature?
Through expression, through physicality, a great actor can convey self-possession, discomfort, curiosity, nervousness, intimidation, fear, or subtle combinations of each. But as immensely powerful as the human face is in communicating, the language of physical expression is still a primitive one. One of the great boons of a novel is the inherent ability it has to devote space to internal thought, insight into the way external actions and devote space to internal thought, insight into the way external actions and words impact the emotional psyches of a character. One of Ted Talley and Jonathan Demme's greatest challenges when making The Silence of the Lambs, and in turn one of their greatest successes, was finding a way to paint Clarice Starling's internal experiences onto the screen. In particular, her experience as a woman in a male-dominated workplace. The power of eyes and the human gaze completely pervade The Silence of the Lambs. Through Demme's use of a subjective camera, much of Lambs is presented to its audience directly through Starling's eyes, and we see firsthand the way Clarice is viewed by the men around her, as either an object of desire or one of contempt. But Demme doesn't want you to just witness the way Clarice is portrayed. The Silence of the Lambs of eyes and the human gaze completely pervade The Silence of the Lambs. Through Demme's use of a subjective camera, much of Lambs is presented to its audience directly through Starling's eyes, and we see firsthand the way Clarice is viewed by the men around her, as either an object of desire or one of contempt. But Demme doesn't want you to just witness these objectifications, these preconceptions, like some bystander. Characters speak and glare directly into the camera, directly at Starling, directly at us. Lecter's gaze pierces a bit deeper than the rest, though. Like a viper, Hopkins never blinks, except at the most deliberate moments, when doing so feels almost hypnotic. We can actually track the moment Lecter has begun to creep inside Starling's head by tracking Demme and cinematographer Tak Fujimoto's camera work, when things transition from conventional over-the-shoulder shots to Demme's signature POVs.
Closer.
This motif ultimately comes to a head at the film's climax, though, with the omniscient eyes of Buffalo Bill, a man able to view Clarice without restraint, social or otherwise, rendering Clarice not only emotionally, but now physically powerless, trapped under the gaze of a man she can't even see. It's an expertly conceived cinematic and narrative throughline, and one that can be truly terrifying. Earlier, I mentioned that The Silence of the Lambs won at the Oscars a staggering 13 months after it was released. That's because most Best Picture winners throughout history have been released after August, so that they might still be remembered come award season. But not this movie. The Silence of the Lambs won on its own merits, and forced the Academy in 1992 to look past what they thought they knew about what a prestigious Hollywood film should look like. Most genre films face an uphill climb to Oscar recognition, often undervalued and underrepresented at the Academy Awards. Maybe that's because the Oscars don't ask each one what is it in itself, measuring each instead against a preconception of a genre that simply doesn't fit inside their particular mold. Every so often something pushes through, or maybe is let through, but Jonathan Demme's The Silence of the Lambs is just one piece of evidence that great cinema, great performances, themes, and world-class filmmaking is not tied to genre. It's tied only to the brilliant people who tell the story that they want to tell. Yeah. I'm Danny Boyd. Thank you so much for watching.
Do you like American Psycho?
It's okay.
Although originally polarizing to audiences and critics alike, it developed a much-deserved cult following when released on digital video disc, or DVD.
That is Huey Lewis.
You like Huey Lewis in the news?
They're okay.
And all parroting aside, he's absolutely right. When American Psycho released in 2000, half of audiences either mistook its intentions or overlooked it entirely. On its surface, it is the dark psychological thriller it's made out to be. But beneath it all?
American Psycho is ridiculous. It's farcical on many levels. The book is ridiculous, brilliant, but ridiculous, as is the script, and that's what we intend.
You look great. Very fit.
You can always be thinner. Look better.
Both on Bret Easton Ellis's page and in Mary Herron's depiction, American Psycho is, crucially, satire. Huey?
The movie works, both as a grim examination of male vanity, while also maintaining real genre thrills. Christian Bale's dynamite performance gives it a big boost.
I have all the characteristics of a human being. Flesh, blood, skin, hair. But not a single clear, identifiable emotion, except for greed and disgust.
This is Dorothea?
Yes, dear. Courtney, you're gonna have the peanut butter soup with with smoked duck and mashed squash.
Initial reactions and misinterpretations of the film weren't just founded on the finished product. Ahead of the film, the book, a bestseller, had already been the target of protests calling American Psycho misogynistic, cynical, and needlessly violent.
Don't wear that outfit again.
That's probably because the characters in the story are misogynistic, cynical, and needlessly violent. That is the idea. And, of course, the challenge.
If they have a good personality and they're not great looking, then who fucking cares?
Well, let's just say hypothetically, okay? What if they have a good personality? I know.
And of all the people considered to write and helm the movie, director Mary Harron was the only person with a concrete answer to the question of how the hell do you do this? The only one who got it.
I think it clarified the themes of the novel. It clarified that the novel was actually a critique of male behavior. I think a lot of people...
This is Bret Easton Ellis, the novel's author.
Haven't read the book. And also brought the humor of the book up to the surface.
Patrick! Is that you?
No, Louis. It's not me. You're mistaken.
Valentino Couture.
Uh-huh.
You look so soft.
Your compliment was sufficient, Louis.
Because it is a satire on masculinity, and that is in the book. All the comedy of Bateman's ridiculousness, the absurdity is in the book. That was a very important aspect. I'm not making this a cool serial killer. It's a ridiculous person.
Tell him I'm at lunch.
Patrick, it's only 10:30. I think he knows you're here.
Send him in, I guess.
Just how ridiculous Patrick Bateman is, we'll get to in a moment, but for context, American Psycho follows a 27-year-old Wall Street banker in New York in 1987. It's a commentary on the greed and materialism of corporate 80s America, and the treatment of the men in these positions as essentially rock stars.
I work on Wall Street.
It's not a clinical dissection of the mind of a killer. Bateman is more or less an alien from another planet. He doesn't know who he is. He observes and copies what he sees,
had a shower,
and tries to fit in solely by imitation, not emotion or social instinct.
She's my cousin. She's from France.
And this is what makes him such a brilliant vehicle for social satire. He is a twisted mimicry of everything around him.
Did you know that Ted Bundy's first dog, a collie, was named Lassie? Had you heard this?
Who's Ted Bundy?
Forget it.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that's what Christian got that I think none of the other actors I met with were going to get, because he thought it was really funny. And he thought the character was absurd. And that's why he was such a great choice to play it, because he wasn't trying to make him cool.
Some guys are just born cool, I guess.
Well, some of my favorite bits of the book are the sort of dorkier aspects of Bateman, the ridiculousness of Bateman.
Bateman.
For example, there's Bateman's go-to line for getting out of unwanted social situations.
I have to return some videotapes. I've got to return some videotapes.
The way he checks his hair in the reflection of a restaurant menu.
Okay.
The way he quotes what he reads and hears on the news.
We have to provide food and shelter for the homeless and oppose racial discrimination and promote civil rights.
And then believes and acts on none of it.
Why don't you get a job? If you're so hungry, why don't you get a job?
There's the fact that the only thing Bateman watches on TV is overt sex and violence. The way he casually tries to get his blood-stained sheets dry cleaned.
I can only get these sheets in Santa Fe. These are very expensive sheets, and I really need them.
If you don't shut your fucking mouth, I will kill you.
Now listen, I have a lunch.
And then, of course, there's Bale's completely unnatural line deliveries.
J&B straight and a Corona.
Hey, McCloy, what do you say?
Hey, Hamilton, have a holly jolly Christmas. Is Alan still handling the Fisher account?
He finds himself in so many ridiculous situations and reacts in such a ridiculous manner. You know, he's certainly somebody that I wouldn't want to, you know, be at a table with and eating, but I'd certainly want to eavesdrop on his conversation.
I really don't think it would work. You have a lot of something.
I know that your friends are my friends, and I've thought about that. You can have them.
The majority of the film's dialogue is pulled straight from the novel, dialogue which of course has virtually nothing ever to do with the work any of these characters ostensibly do.
Nice to meet you.
Sorry to barge in on you like this. I know how busy you guys can get.
But I was hanging out with these young guys who were working on Wall Street and was doing research, having dinners with them, going to clubs with them, never being taken to their offices, never being taken to what was going on in their companies.
A group of men so obsessed with status, and to the most minute degree, they're practically having nervous breakdowns, trying to compete with each other.
Very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's card. Look at that subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my God. It even has a watermark.
Well, I have to say, it's one of my very favorite scenes in the book.
Yeah.
And I have to say, we really lifted it straight out of the book, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's hardly been changed.
It's placed in the office instead of the restaurant. But it's
that's right, yeah.
But you know what? It just goes to show you, though, that you read that scene in a book, but when it's actually played out, it has a different sting to it. There's something funnier. The ominous music, the editing shifts.
And part of that is just the visual, the uniformity, the fact that all the men who work at Pierce & Pierce have the same suit, the same hair, all misspelled acquisitions on their business cards, and are all vice presidents of the same department.
It seemed logical because Marcus also works at P&P and in fact does the same exact thing I do. He also has a penchant for Valentino's suits and Oliver Peoples' glasses. Marcus and I even go to the same barber, although I have a slightly better haircut.
And it's this sly commentary on homogeneity and group identity that's reflected in Bateman getting away with the things he does.
I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Bringing us back to the A-side, the most polarizing aspect of the book and film that can't, and by all rights shouldn't be, ignored.
There are obviously, whilst it is funny, it is a black comedy, and this is an extreme black comedy. There are scenes of extreme brutality and ugliness.
The initial misreading of the book came from people who assumed that the book was all about violence, when actually if you add up the violent sequences in this book, you're going to get about 4 pages, and you're going to have basically 396 pages of, you know, lists and social satire and stuff going on in Patrick Bateman's head.
Although everyone thinks my work is violent, I tend not to actually show the moment of violence. I'm not very interested in body horror. It's just a matter of taste, I think. I think if it's entertaining and not too realistic, then people are fine with it. I think that's why it tends to be sort of art movies that people get all head up about and outraged, because they are more real and more disturbing.
You're late, honey.
I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
I've been here the entire time, you just didn't see me.
But the primary thing is the satire that Mary has focused on. And therefore, I think a lot of people really don't know, have no idea really what kind of film we're making here.
Maybe Mary Harron's intentions behind American Psycho weren't completely clear a quarter century ago. maybe they still aren't on a first watch. But in the years since, the film has been elevated to cult status for good reason. Some things the world just isn't ready for.
You know, I have to always remind myself, sometimes I don't get it, you know, when I first see something, particularly if it's unfamiliar, it can be quite, there's something uncomfortable or disturbing, or it seems boring, or, you know, it's like it doesn't work. And it's also because you're just not attuned to it yet. And it's just, sometimes you take time.
You guys do something really interesting that I think Quentin Tarantino has made a career out of doing, which is changing an audience's perception of what an actor can do. Obviously, you did it with Robert Pattinson in Good Time, and I think you're doing it with Adam Sandler here. Are you guys just looking at actors differently than other directors are? I mean, what are you seeing in these guys?
I think we're
It's difficult to imagine it today, what with the success of The Lighthouse and recent comic book movie ventures, but when Josh and Benny Safdie's indie thriller Good Time was released in 2017 to worldwide critical acclaim and a 6-minute standing ovation at the Cannes Festival, a shared thought passed through many a viewer's mind, and that was, I can't believe that's the guy from Twilight.
I saw the still from the previous movie on the banner of a website, and then kind of sent this sort of crazy, obsessive email saying, I know this is supposed to happen, it's meant to be. Right. And I mean, I hadn't seen anything, I hadn't seen the trailer or anything, and we sort of agreed to do a movie which didn't exist.
It was 2014, and the Safdie brothers were casting for their dark comedy, Uncut Gems, when Robert Pattinson cold emails them on little more than a feeling, pleading that they let him in on their next project, whatever it may be, knowing little more of their work than an image from a film on a website. It was an email that didn't just change the trajectory of Pattinson's career, it also challenged the brother directors' signature approach to their creative process. Known best for their New York-centric underground neo-realism cinema and their guerrilla-style filmmaking, the Safdies had long opted for what the industry has coined street casting amateur actors, or often non-actors, in their movies, a choice born half out of financial necessity, but half too out of an ardent desire to find real people with real lives that mirrored those of their characters, people who could tap into their own life experiences to garner performances that come from a genuine, unprocessed place.
So it's her personal story, right? Why'd you decide to have her play her own role?
It's her, you just said it, it's her personal story.
The Safdies' film Heaven Knows What follows Harley Boggs, an itinerant drug addict performed by Arielle Holmes, the very woman whom the movie's story is about, conceived of and shot prior to her eventual rehabilitation. In fact, fascinated by Holmes' personal story, it was the Safdies who first commissioned Holmes to write her life into a memoir before then using that memoir as the basis for the film. Heaven Knows What was also the movie that prompted Robert Pattinson's elusive letter to the Safdies while they were preparing for Uncut Gems. The trouble Josh and Benny Safdie faced when they received Pattinson's email was that Uncut Gems, a movie about a compulsive gambler working within New York's Diamond District, didn't have a role in it fit for Pattinson to play. Beyond that, the brother directors had a reputation for turning down offers made to them by big agencies and mainstream studios. But after the festival circuit success of their prior films, the Safdies also knew, and their producers knew, that when an international star like Robert Pattinson emails you, you write back. As Benny Safdie has said, if you shut yourself off completely and aren't open to those kinds of conversations, you're not going to learn anything. And we want to learn.
Getting my curtains.
Moved by Pattinson's genuine magnetism and his desire to lose himself in a role, the Safdies decided to put Uncut Gems on the back burner for a few more years in order to craft the completely original Good Time around Pattinson. Their mission was to retroactively streetcast him, to make an unmistakable celebrity vanish into a street-smart and desperate con artist from Queens, as though it were his story. The actor's story, as though to reverse engineer their own ideology towards casting and storytelling. And they did.
You know, with Rob, you know, he's not Connie. He doesn't come from that world. So like, it was kind of an effort for us to know how he would move in the narrative, was to just really know this character, and for him to be able to pull from a move in this in the narrative was to just really know this character, and for him to be able to pull from a life of character development.
KJ, it's game night. You should be stretching out.
Hang on, sorry. Goodbye.
In many ways, Uncut Gems, which finally saw a 2019 release after a decade in the making, bears a cast ensemble born from a marriage between the Safdie brothers' street casting roots and their newfound resources. On one hand, the Safdies could now afford a star, and they saw something in Adam Sandler that they wanted for the role of Howard Ratner.
We were lucky to follow his comedy special, 100% Fresh, because he did 50 nights at 3.5 hours of material every night. And our script was over 160 pages long. I mean, it's a shorter movie, but it was a lot of dialogue that he's supposed to say very quickly. And he just had the ability to take this kind of, you know, Rodney Dangerfield style character and turn him into a real life person.
And stand-up comedians, it's like if somebody gets up and it sounds like they're just kind of reciting, it doesn't work. You know, but the best kind of figure out a way to make it feel like, oh, I'm just up here saying all this stuff, like we're just having a great time, you know, and that's the key.
But Uncut Gems, like past films the Safdies have made, is still full of non-actors and first-time actors. Breakout actress Julia Fox, musician The Weeknd, sports radio host Mike Francesa, and most notably, retired basketball player Kevin Garnett, who much of the film's plot is centered around. Many of the smaller parts in the film, too, were played not by bit actors, but by real-life jewelers, and the Safdies' exterior sets were often left open, allowing real New Yorkers on the streets to walk freely through them. It wasn't that any of these decisions were essential to the film's story, but they were essential to the authenticity of the world that the Safdie brothers wanted to capture. And no matter how successful Josh and Benny Safdie become, the notion of authenticity and visceral immersion will likely remain the single most defining characteristic of their filmmaking. To identify that which makes the individual special and real, and to craft characters and stories not around what the reputations members of the cast bring as actors, but around who they are as human beings.
You don't meet an actor and think about the movies they've done. You meet somebody and try to see them for who they are, and then you try to build that out in other way. That just comes from our, you know,
Hey, I'm Danny Boyd. Today, I want to talk about this guy, Chris Columbus.
The world is round!
No. This guy.
To create a world where you believe that those characters exist, you know.
Who kind of reminds me of James Rolfe of Cinemassacre. Maybe it's the Pennsylvania accents, or like...
I'm playing Home Alone games! With Macaulay Culkin!
Like, am I missing something? I don't know. Anyway, Columbus. If you don't know him by his face or his name, then you certainly know him by his work.
Is this toothbrush approved by the American Dental Association?
Give it a wave.
I saw the film in my head, and I said, I have to make this film. So I called my agent, and I said, I want to direct the first Harry Potter film. She said, you and 30 other people.
That's totally barbaric. That's wizard's chess.
Among those...
It's totally barbaric. That's wizard's chess.
Among those 30 other people was Steven Spielberg, the dude who also happened to be responsible for launching Columbus's career back in the mid-80s. But in the end, it was Columbus who got the job, the responsibility of bringing to life one of the most beloved book franchises in history, directing the first 2 movies and helping to produce the third. So this week, directing the first 2 movies and helping to produce the third. So this week, I want to look at the why Columbus, in his way, was so right to take that on, thanks to his experience directing his other timeless and magical Christmas time favorite more than a decade prior. Home Alone and its sequel, Lost in New York, both directed by Columbus from screenplays by John Hughes, were massive hits in the early 90s that thematically, narratively, tonally, characterly, consciously or not, laid a surprising amount of groundwork for what Columbus would eventually build from going into Harry Potter, a franchise just beginning to be conceived of at that time. Now, I think there are a few fun but maybe more surface-level similarities between the franchises, particularly Harry Potter with Home Alone 2, that I want to kick off with. 10 things that more often tend to get compared. Beginning with number 1, that more often tend to get compared. Beginning with number 1,
I've got presents.
If you agree that these are all basically bona fide Christmas classics.
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
Even Harry Potter, the first film especially, has taken on this sort of unofficial identity, maybe because of when in the year they would always come out, or just the attention given to the festivities mid-film. But more concretely, and thing number 2, Harry and Kevin are heroes. 2 kids bullied at home by their peers.
Don't you know how to knock phlegm wad?
And uncles.
One more sound, and you'll wish you'd never been born, boy. Look what you did, you little jerk!
Who, number 3, are blamed pretty much any time there's an incident or they act out against their own persecution. Provoked incidents that inevitably result in 4 consequences: Harry being sequestered to his cupboard under the stairs, and Kevin to the attic.
Get upstairs. I am upstairs, dummy. 3rd floor?
Before number 5, with a little spark of magic, their lives get turned upside down and they're whisked off to magical foreign lands. Where 6, they're met with the wisdom of caring older mentors who remind them of the power of love and family.
Love, Harry. Love.
Just follow the star in your own heart.
Love, Harry. Love.
Just follow the star in your own heart.
Okay.
All the while, 7, they encounter the trope of the mistaken villain, who eventually winds up saving their lives, or at least attempting to. And number 8, they exhibit a degree of intelligence and courage and fortitude that is well beyond their years, so that 9, they can rise courageously to the occasion in somewhat inverted 3rd act obstacle courses where they ultimately defeat their foes.
What is this magic?
And number 10, well, the music. With both franchises, as it happens, brilliantly composed by the one, the only, John Williams. which was never the plan, by the way. Home Alone 1 was originally scored with temp music aimed at aiding its comedic side. Columbus says the whole thing just ended up feeling like a Looney Tunes cartoon. And while the team only joked about getting Williams on board to do it, he was eventually shown a rough cut, fell in love with it, and said yes, turning a low-budget Christmas comedy into a piece of movie magic. And as far as Harry Potter goes, well, we all know how that turned out. But all that stuff is kind of circumstantial. I mean, I don't think the story alone, or even the music, is ultimately what allowed Columbus to leave his mark on and bring his signature to Harry Potter after Home Alone. A director's job is to extract more than just the characters, themes, or plots from a book or screenplay. Its tone, its style. These are sweet, sweet movies, but there's a darkness to them as well, an element of horror, a signature fascination of Columbus's that dates back to Gremlins and way, way back to childhood.
Mr. Harker, I'm glad that you've arrived safely.
Count Dracula.
I am Dracula, and I welcome you to my house. Mr. Bond.
Horror of Dracula became a legendary film for me. For some reason, they never screened, but I had heard about it. So when I finally got to see Horror of Dracula, I became obsessed with Hammer horror films, and that started the love of it.
Horror imagery shows up in the Home Alone movies, in the first Harry Potter story, and big time in the second. Not to mention the stakes in these movies. For movies for kids, they aren't just high, they're literally life and death.
I'll burn his head with a blowtorch.
Go ahead, smash his face with an iron.
Or how about my favorite, the peculiar disregard for the true severity of pain inflicted across all these films?
Dobby, put the lamp down.
Uh-oh.
All of that is embedded in the style that Columbus brings to what are otherwise ultimately family films. And then, of course, there's the cast.
For example, Oculus Reparo. Oculus Reparo.
I think Columbus was a wizard in his own right, just in his ability to work with young actors. And no ordinary young actors, or rather, extraordinarily ordinary.
When we saw Mac's screen test, we knew he was a star. I mean, you had that inkling from his little scene he did with John Candy and Uncle Buck.
No, she's usually in a bad mood in the morning.
But when he did the screen test for Kevin McAllister, he didn't look like a Hollywood sort of cutout children's character. He looked real. His ear was a little bent. He was immediately and intensely charming and funny.
And there's plenty more where that came from.
Columbus says that authenticity and relatability was everything. And years later, he says that experience of finding and working with Macaulay Culkin would go on to inform his approach to casting Sorcerer's Stone. Young actors who operated on instinct, not training, who either had it or didn't.
We weren't looking for famous kids. You know, I had people were suggesting famous kids at the time, and I thought, no, Harry Potter has to be someone we've never seen before, or seen very little of.
Dan's screen test was amazingly charming and soulful, and he was inexperienced as an actor, but there was one thing that Dan had that you couldn't teach anyone, which was this sort of haunted quality.
If you heard your mum screaming like that, you're just about to be killed, you wouldn't forget in a hurry.
I just saw it in his eyes in more serious moments, and that was the moment I think that we all felt when we saw that screen test to hire Dan as Harry. And that
You wouldn't forget in a hurry.
I just saw it in his eyes in more serious moments, and that was the moment I think that we all felt when we saw that screen test to hire Dan as Harry Potter.
Excellent. Even though it's sometimes a little tough to get the performances, but when you get them, it's something real, and that's great.
What if I make a fool of myself?
You won't make a fool of yourself. It's in your blood.
Regarding those performances, it doesn't hurt either that Columbus is a huge advocate for practical effects, putting his actors, regardless of age, right there in the room with everything that's going on in a scene. I've watched a lot of interviews with the cast of Harry Potter talking about their experiences over the years, working on the franchise, the ups and downs, but nothing compares to the genuine joy and gratitude and shared kinship they have when talking about working with Chris Columbus. The other directors would have been great, but if you ask me, having been in the right place, the right time, he was just the right guy for the job. I'm Danny Boyd. Thanks for watching.
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand.
Precious tritium is the fuel that makes this project go. There's only 25 pounds of it on the whole planet. I'd like to thank Harry Osborn and Oscorp Industries for providing it.
When you create a character, you want to make it as different from the normal as possible so that he's distinctive. If you see a silhouette in the dark, you know who it is. That's the way to define characters.
Hey, I'm Danny Boyd, and that
Here's what they want. By practicing and action.
is Willem Dafoe,
Makes this project go.
pretending to be is
And action. Here's what they want. By practicing and action.
is Willem Dafoe,
Makes this project go.
pretending to be Otto Octavius on the set of Spider-Man 2,
I want to thank Harry Osborn and Oscorp Industries for providing it. Excellent.
but of course, we're not really here to talk about Dafoe. Incredible as he is, I did a whole episode on him and his Green Goblin a few months ago and what made him so great. So today, I want to do something similar and highlight really one of the other great comic book movie villains in one of the greatest movie sequels of all time. This is Alfred Molina, the real Dr. Octavius, in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2.
And now on to the main event. Give me the blue light, Rosie.
So, back in the 1970s and into the 80s, Doc Ock was pretty much tied up there with the Green Goblin as Spider-Man's greatest nemesis. He was the ultimate foil. He was like Peter Parker if Parker never had an Uncle Ben to tell him that
With great power comes great responsibility.
or a father to tell him that
With great power comes great responsibility.
or an aunt to tell him that
With great power, there must also come great responsibility.
best thing about him though, he just had these great arms.
You could climb up the wall of a building with him, he could crush things.
That Spider-Man co-creator Stan Lee
So he was a worthy adversary for Spider-Man, which is a hard thing to find.
Crazy scientist turns himself into some kind of a monster. 4 mechanical arms welded right onto his body. Guy named Otto Octavius winds up with 8 limbs. What are the odds?
Then a couple decades later, move over to Hollywood, and the character would finally be brought to the big screen by a lauded British actor, not exactly known for his work on big action blockbusters.
Tell me honestly what you think. I've always tried to make each job as different from the last one as possible.
If you're a real painter, you'll paint because you can't live without painting. You'll paint till you die. Okay?
And after Frida, this couldn't be more different.
A Fiddler on the Roof.
Then there was Molina's theater background.
This beloved musical has traveled all over the world.
So you're appearing on Broadway, starring in Fiddler on the Roof, Tony nominated for that, and here you are in one of the big blockbusters of the summer playing an octopus, basically. Is that what they call range in acting?
But that range was key, because like with Dafoe's Goblin before him, Molina isn't playing just a villain, is he?
Did Edison sleep before he turned on the light?
Did Marconi sleep before he turned on the radio? Did Beethoven sleep before he wrote the Fifth?
Did Bernoulli sleep before he found the curves of quickest descent?
Oh, Rosie, I love this boy. I like the fact that these characters are very complicated, very complex. You know, they're bad, but they're intelligent as well. They think a great deal. So they're very interesting parts to play. You know, and like all great villains, he's become a villain kind of reluctantly, or almost by accident.
Peter and Otto are both intelligent, they're driven by science, bound by love, gifted extraordinary powers, and they each set out to save the world, in their own way. But there's a flip somewhere. One deviates left, one deviates right, and in the words of comic book author J. Michael Straczynski, if Spider-Man is the geek gone good, then Octavius is the geek gone bad.
And now let me introduce my assistants.
But when we talk about Doc Ock, we're not just talking about Otto Octavius, the character, or Alfred Molina, the actor. We're talking about that thing, or rather those four things that give this particular villain his name, his visual identity, that defining characteristic, and about what it took to bring that aspect of this character to life.
Yeah, four mechanical arms, 4 tentacles. It was challenging and difficult, but we tried very hard to create a vocabulary of movement, a way of moving that was natural and, you know, didn't look too uncomfortable.
And to achieve all that,
we had 16 puppeteers.
At full bore, 4 puppeteers on each arm, because for the vast majority of medium shots and close-ups and a few of the action sequences, these were effects done on set, in camera, in real time. This was a decision made on day one between both Raimi and Molina under the belief that practical puppets would be a saving grace, not a novelty. That they should be viewed as more valuable to the finished product, not as more expensive. It gives the actor something real to interact with, and the director something real to direct.
We realized, of course, that this was a crucial and integral part of the characterization. And we had lots of long and detailed rehearsals with the puppetry team.
The arms needed to not only convey motion, but also an intricate range of emotion.
It was very interesting because these 4 arms do very different things, and they're very strong and they can be very delicate.
They were characters as much as anyone else, with personalities, moods. Each arm, by the way, had a name that Molina actually gave them. He called them Larry, Harry, Moe, and Flo, after the Three Stooges, plus Flo, the most coordinated of the 4, responsible for removing his sunglasses, giving him sips of his drink, lighting a cigar, plus a whole slew of stuff that never even made it into the movie, but had to be possible. Not everything we see could be done for real.
Okay. We tried to make the tentacles practical whenever we could, because clearly that was always the most effective way of doing it. When they're real, they're real. There's no two ways about it. But, you know, there are certain shots that, you know, obviously that can't be done. We could rebuild, enlarge the containment field, make it...
But that wasn't the real problem.
We measured every inch of their body. We cyber scanned every inch of them from head to toe. We did a lot of motion capture on their movements, facial expressions, how they open and close their eyes, how they smile, how they frown, you know, pretty much all of the range of emotions that we can get.
In Spider-Man 1, the effects team had an advantage. Both the hero and the villain wore masks, and that made the work put into making believable CG characters in impossible-to-shoot scenarios less difficult. But cut to the sequel,
because we had to intercut a lot with either a stunt Doc Ock or the real Alfred Molina, our skin and flesh had to hold up to very, very close scrutiny. And it's something that's been very difficult in CG in the past, so we knew that was going to be our biggest challenge.
Animating a human face and then making that face look real back in 2003, 2004, that was cutting edge. And what shot was the trickiest to get right?
I will not die a monster.
Doc Ock pulls this whole fusing machine down, and this last time we see him, he's full screen, and he's all CG, intending it to look like a real actor. And he drifts away down into blackness, ultimately. And I don't know that we've ever scrutinized an image like that, CG, that close on the screen before.
If I were a rich man, all day long I'd biddy biddy bum. If I were a wealthy man.
So you get some great actors, some great characters, a bit of innovative tech, and a director pulled from the unlikeliest corner of the industry who actually cares about making a great movie. It's pretty much rote today, but back then, these were huge risks these studios were taking, and lucky for us, it paid off. I'm Danny Boyd. Thank you so much for watching.
Evil is evil, Struggle. Lesser, greater, middling. It's all the same. I'm not judging you. I haven't only done good in my life either. But now, if I have to choose between one evil and another, then I prefer not to choose at all.
All right. Hey, I'm Danny Boyd, and that is Henry Cavill as Geralt of Rivia in Netflix's The Witcher. He was speaking some of Andrei Sapkowski's famous lines on the absolute nature of evil. And this is that same speech, but performed by iconic voice actor Doug Cockle.
Evil is evil. Lesser, greater, middling, makes no difference. The degree is arbitrary, the definition's blurred. If I'm to choose between one evil and another, I'd rather not choose at all.
That second version, of course, comes from the acclaimed Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, and if you're not familiar with the Witcher video games, that's okay. The Netflix show is decidedly based on Sapkowski's original Witcher series of books, and not the games, but for many, many people, Doug Cockle has been the definitive voice of Geralt of Rivia for over a decade now. And when Henry Cavill was cast in a live-action show, the news was met with, well, a precedented degree of skepticism. But here's the thing.
They released a game called Witcher 3. Played that game to the death.
I played Witcher 3 through twice.
I'm a big gamer.
I'm a big PC gamer as well.
I played the games. I love the games.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the games as well. I played the video games before reading the books.
And Henry Cavill's understanding and conception of the character of Geralt, particularly his voice, was influenced tremendously by Cockle.
Oh, that's rough. My sympathies. But come on. These views.
If I were to use one example which people can compare to something, it would be the voice. Doug Cockle did his voice in Witcher 3.
Fine. I'll get your goat.
I was doing a voice at the start of the show and I was like, this isn't working. I need to bring some more gravitas to the voice. And I loved Doug's performance.
Alright, but despite the game's influence on Cavill, despite the similarities that we hear, Cavill's voice for Geralt isn't just some superficial attempt to imitate the game's version of the character.
I wanted to make sure I wasn't just going to be a carbon copy of Doug's performance.
The lesser evil.
And from a performance standpoint, Cavill's voice is uniquely motivated.
Fuck.
And to understand by what, well, we have to dive a little bit deeper into what it is that makes Geralt.
She took one look at me, screamed, vomited, and passed out. Yeah. I thought the world needed me too.
My mother says you're the offspring of foul sorcery, a diabolic creation, filthy degenerate born of hell. Have you ever been to hell?
Now, Geralt of Rivia, of course, is a character of immense complexity, with 8 books behind him. That's a lot of history and character depth to reconcile in just a few hours of television, and only a few lines of dialogue.
What's your name?
Because
Geralt.
In the books, we have one full book, apart from the last short story-ish, where it's all of Geralt.
Basically, Cavill says you've got pages and pages and pages in Sapkowski's stories of just Geralt speaking. And that means a lot of what? A lot of
complicated nuance and time.
To learn all about this character.
And so for me, when we're working within the framework of the show, Lawrence brought her own vision.
That's Lauren Schmidt-Hissrich, The Witcher showrunner.
And her own lens.
And so
I spoke a lot less.
Now, it is worth mentioning that this is something that would actually evolve in the show's second season.
It's all wrong! The curse is lifted. You're free now.
As much as Lauren's vision would allow, this season I campaigned incredibly hard to make sure that the Geralt from the books existed more so within the show, to make sure that that intellectual nature came across, that philosophical lean and the soulfulness of the character.
They've arrived at nothing except true love.
But in first introducing this version of the character,
I wanted to lend a gravitas and have that essence of who the character is, which is a very direct, very cold, straightforward person.
Qualities Henry Cavill has stated he thought his natural voice didn't quite convey right.
Didn't quite portray what I wanted Geralt to portray in those brief moments, whether it be a grunt or whether it be a single word or a couple of words directed at a bard.
Do you mind if I hop up there with you? It's just I'm not really wearing the right kind of footwear.
Don't touch Roach.
But it isn't just tone, and it isn't just pitch. Within the world of The Witcher, there is another detail to Geralt that finds its way both into game Geralt's voice and show Geralt's voice, albeit in slightly different ways.
Oh, fun. White hair. Big ol' loner.
In the stories, an innate aspect of being a Witcher is being viewed as an outsider, an outcast. There's a quality of otherness, reflected in Geralt especially, in his white hair, his scars, his pale skin, and then his voice. A voice the books describe simply as unpleasant, but identifiably foreign. Geralt hails from a place, but identifiably foreign. Geralt hails from a place in the fiction called Kaer Morhen, but uses an accent adopted from the city of Rivia, from which the character takes his name. And of course, The Witcher being a piece of literature, all but one could say for certain how a Rivian accent, particularly an adopted one, really sounds, but game developer CD Projekt Red's approach to this sense of otherness through a voice was kind of interesting.
If I were to choose between one evil and another, I'd rather not choose.
Flub, that's called a flub.
They opted for an American voice.
Challenge me again. Raise your hand, draw your sword, look at me the wrong way, and I'll kill you.
And it's a voice that contrasts quite starkly with the primarily British, Irish, and Eastern European voices found throughout the rest of the games.
Always had a liking for the smithy. I'd sit there all day taking things in. The heat of the furnace, the smell of the hot steel.
A distinction, obviously then only further accentuated by the unusual way that Cockle deepens the source of his natural pitch for a sort of gravelly whisper.
Why'd you leave?
And so too, Cavill dropped his register.
Devils don't exist.
But a bit concerned that an American accent might sound a bit modern in a fantasy setting, at least in television, Cavill says that instead he added blends of other accents into his own to create an amalgamation of something that he believed, in his own fashion, would convey to audiences that distinct essence of Geralt's character.
Why not kill them?
Because then I am what they say I am.
Now, I'd be remiss in not making very clear that Henry Cavill and Doug Cockle are by no means the only voices to bring the character of Geralt to life. Peter Kenny famously narrates the Witcher audiobooks.
Evil is evil, Stregabo, said the Witcher seriously.
You've got the game's original foreign language actors.
Zło jest złem. Mniejsze czy większe. Nie ma różnicy.
And in 2001, the stories received their first on-screen adaptation in the Polish film The Hexer.
Nie, rycerzu. Żeby uratować smoka, trzeba pozabijać ludzi. Ja tego uczynić nie mogę i nie chcę na to patrzeć. Przykro mi.
But hey, whoever your preferred Geralt is.
There's an enormous difference between us, but it's not about status.
I'm Danny Boyd.
It's about me having two swords on my back, and you having none.
Thanks for watching.
That old winner is, my goodness, it's The Empire Strikes Back. My goodness, it's The Empire Strikes Back.
Our first movie this week is The Empire Strikes Back, and this is the best of the three Star Wars films.
Well, Roger, let's credit the director of the film, Irvin Kershner.
Our director, Irvin Kershner.
Who was an inspired choice. There was nothing, I don't think, in his career that would lead anyone to believe that he could have made an action picture.
So I said, okay, is it ready? It's ready. Action.
So they start to lift this huge X-Wing out of the water.
As soon as above the water, the wings do this.
Dun 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 dun.
They fold.
They just collapse. And the one day George Lucas was ever on set, he's watching all this go down.
Scene after scene didn't work.
And it wasn't just
scene
ever on set, he's watching all this go down.
Scene after scene.
Dun dun dun.
They fold.
They just collapse. And the one day George Lucas was ever on set, he's watching all this go down.
Scene after scene didn't work.
And it wasn't just that day.
The first movie was directed by George Lucas. This one is directed by Irving Kershner. What is the difference that you can see?
Hey, I'm Danny Boyd, and it's, what, 1978?
I get a call from George.
George Lucas calls up his old friend, Irving Kershner, and he says, let's have lunch.
I said, who's paying? Anyway, I went.
And so they meet in the dining room at Universal Studios, and Lucas is like, hey.
We would be honored if you would join us.
He says,
I'd like you to make the second Star Wars.
I want you to follow up the single highest grossing film ever made.
Gee, George, I don't know.
Bear in mind, this is back when sequels were generally not that well regarded, not just by the public, but by film studios. So it has to be good. Like, really good.
He says, because if the second one works, then I'll make more.
But?
He says, if it doesn't work, then that's the end of Star Wars.
Like,
then I'll make more. Because if the second one works, then I'll make more.
But?
He says if it doesn't work, then that's the end of Star Wars.
Like, forever. Alright, so Kirshner hesitates, but he eventually says okay, and he takes the movie, but with one stipulation.
The only way I could take the picture is when I told George, you know, I'm not going to stand there on the set and have you standing over my shoulder.
Right.
I need absolute freedom to make my picture.
And that would mean a very different experience directing a Star Wars movie for everybody.
Well, they're very different personalities, you know, and they have a different way of getting what they want. Kirshner's more vocal about what he wants, you know. I think George knows what he wants, but he sort of would rather maneuver you into it without having to come out and say, do this.
I worked so long with the script that I know pretty much everything that's expected of the scene, and I just shoot the picture. And as I go along, I vary, I change my concept often because of what I shot before, or I learn something, or I learn that I don't need a certain scene, or I learn that I haven't shown a certain person before and I have to show them now. There are about 1,000 little considerations before you can stage a scene.
For example?
Take, for instance...
Okay, so this is one of my favorite production stories ever.
How do you do a scene where, what's his name's running...
Chewie and C-3PO.
The head's going, no, don't run, don't do... You know, he's talking, and the head's going like this, and the arm is going, oh, no, stop. Right?
Right. So originally, that whole contraption was all electronic.
Cost $100,000.
Just to make the head shake and the arm flail around.
All right, put him there. Run from there to there.
Anyway, so they set everything up. They're ready to go.
All right, let's do a take.
But as soon as Kirshner calls action,
wait a minute.
It doesn't work.
What's happening?
The arm and the head kind of just wiggle, and nobody on set seems to know what to do. But then?
The prop man comes to me and says, can you give me 15, 20 minutes? I think I can fix it.
But it's electronic.
He says, I know. Give me 20 minutes.
It's about a half hour later. The prop guy comes back.
And he says, do you want to see it work?
And Kirshner says, sure.
And so I'm looking, and he starts to run.
And lo and behold,
the arm's going like this, and the head's going like that, and it's perfect. I turn back.
And standing in the very back of the room,
with a long fishing pole,
is the prop guy.
He disconnected it from the electronics, and he's moving the arm back and forth. What did that cost? Nothing. Improvisation. You can't be thrown by these things. You have to assume you can make it work.
Do or do not. There is no try.
I felt I needed humor in the picture, and yet I couldn't have gags. I felt I needed a love story, and yet I couldn't have a lot of smooching and kissing and all that stuff, and it had to all be more implied.
George had scripted an exchange between Princess Leia and Han Solo, which went like this. She said, I love you. And Han Solo said, I love you too. And it kind of seemed to me that we weren't taking advantage of the character that we'd established for Han Solo.
Who's scruffy looking?
We tried take after take after take. Nothing satisfied me. And finally, I said, Harrison, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Let's do it. Okay, action.
I love you.
I know.
And he dropped in, and I say, cut. I said, yeah, that's a great line. That's Han Solo.
Apology accepted, Captain Nida.
So, understanding the script, understanding characters, the material, obviously, all of that crucial to directing anything. But Star Wars, over the last few decades, has become so ubiquitous, so huge, it's practically its own genre now. But if you strip everything away, transport yourself back to pre-Disney, pre-1999, Star Wars is one thing. Pure, unabashed fantasy.
Some people call it science fiction. I don't even consider it science fiction. I consider it a fairy tale.
We have a fairy princess. We have an innocent farm boy who yearns for adventure. Alec Guinness is a wise old wizard who teaches me a mystical force, somewhat like Merlin would teach a young King Arthur.
In science fiction, you're very concerned about leaving a spaceship on a planet because there may not be oxygen, or the gravitational force is not the same as on Earth, or not what your body's adjusted to. And so you must take all that into consideration, or it's considered very poor science fiction. It's fairy tale. That's the environment. That's the context. But you can literally do anything. And if I believe it while I'm doing it, the audience tends to believe it too. So that's a fairy tale.
So after suffering 3 years of Star Wars ripoffs and imitations, May 21st we get the real McCoy, and it's something rare, a sequel that works.
And now I'll just leave you with this.
The first one was directed, you were directed by George Lucas. Now you're directed by Irving Kershner.
Right.
What is the difference?
Kershner is much taller.
I'm Danny Boyd. Thanks for watching.
Just wins, please, 33. 1, 2, 3.
Not enough can ever be said about the importance of John Williams' music in what is so frequently described as a visual medium. Remove his score from any scene, and it becomes nearly unrecognizable. Something's instantaneously and fundamentally gone, perhaps the soul of the piece.
Hi, I'm Danny Boyd, and this is Cinema Sticks, a celebration of film and film form. No matter what age you are, if you've watched a lot of movies, then you probably grew up on the music of John Williams. He's the man behind Jaws, Superman, Indiana Jones, Harry Potter. But if you know Williams' work at all, then you know Star Wars. So today, I want to talk about one of his best pieces, and what it is that helps it elevate a good scene into one of the most memorable in the series. This is a quick look at Duel of the Fates.
Then it goes from that into...
So the first thing John Williams has to do is figure out what a scene wants.
It just has to be something that kind of says, we're fighting back now.
Before he composes a single note of music, Williams has to consider the action and the rhythm of what's on screen.
And I just felt the way that George has staged that at the top of that great stage or stairway, I don't even know what to call it, the way it's done, and is so dramatic and so like a great pagan altar. If you can imagine that the whole thing seemed like a dance, a ballet, a religious ceremony of some kind, probably ending in the death of one of the combatants, you know?
Williams didn't just want conventional action music accompanying a fight, but rather something grand, a choral opera that would reinforce the sense of a mystical contest between good and evil, the very essence of what Star Wars is.
The decision to make that choral was just the result of my thinking that it should have a kind of ritualistic or quasi-religious feeling to it, if you like, and that the introduction of a chorus might be just the thing.
1, 2, 3.
But it wasn't enough to just have voice. Taking his idea a little bit further, Williams needed to build this chorus around some kind of text.
One of my favorite books to read is Robert Graves' White Goddess, which is basically a history of poetry, but it's got a lot to do with Celtic folklore.
He chose his lyrics from a poem called The Battle of the Trees, a Welsh epic telling the tale of a sorcerer who brings to life a forest that goes to war.
And there's a stanza in the poem translated by Graves from the early Celtic into modern English, which is roughly under the tongue root, a fight most dread, while another rages behind in the head. And for no conscious, sensible reasons, the idea of a fight, something raging and imagined in the head more than anywhere else, seemed to be a good, mystical, cryptic piece of business.
The final words used in Duel of the Fates are essentially a reduced version of their original stanza, with only key syllabic combinations repeated: dreaded fight, battle in the head, translated first back into Celtic, then into Greek, and finally into Sanskrit.
I think always kura, ratama, all of that. I've chosen these Sanskrit words because of the quality of the vowels. Do it again, please.
But before we look any more at form, we have to consider function.
So. That's better. Chorus, 1 second.
Duel of the Fates is an example of a leitmotif, or an associative theme, a musical piece or phrase used periodically in a film to cue us in to events, central ideas, or recurring characters. For example,
and in that respect, it is part of the storytelling mechanism. Melodic identification for characters or for plot exposition and development, so that we have a sort of oral set of beacons and reference points.
Before we even get to the final battle, Williams and Lucas referred to the chorus in Duel of the Fates to very subtly cue us here.
What is it?
Here. And here. And here. And although we might think of this as Maul's theme, like I'm sure he certainly does, Duel of the Fates far outstays the character himself. The chorus and music return throughout the prequel trilogy at the roots of major turning points. There's something else that makes Duel of the Fates different from most of Williams' leitmotifs in Star Wars. It's an action theme, and typical of action cues, it's built around an ostinato. This part. Where most major themes are melodic in nature, an ostinato is tight, short, and highly repetitive. That isn't to say Duel of the Fates has no melody. It has a beautifully haunting melody, which, in conjunction with the ostinato, joins the chorus in comprising Duel of the Fates' three main musical ideas. It's that Williams manages to make his ostinato as memorable as any melody or chorus, however. That's testament to his craft.
Hello, that's my theme song. Can somebody say diva?
But in fact, the key to any great John Williams score is repetition. It's why we can identify his themes even without context. Repetition in music is what gives us something to latch onto, to get excited about. It gives a piece its identity, and if it's simple enough, it makes it memorable. And then you can build on it.
If it's simple and if it's memorable and you hear it in the second reel and then you hear it in the fourth reel, you remember in the fourth reel that you've heard it in the second. There's a wonderful sense then of the audience, which they're not consciously aware of an inevitability, of something that they might even have predicted themselves. And that's part of the dramatic mechanism of pulling the audience in.
All right. So we got another one from Cumtown. Another one from Cumtown. And this is Thousand Island Stare. Thousand Island Stare. Who is this? Who is who's got the Thousand Island Stare? Who are they talking about? I don't know. Let's check it out. Thousand Island Stare from Cumtown. Let's go.
Yeah. You've been on a bike one day.
I smoked for 40 years, and I've never felt better in my life. I've been getting
It's really into speed walking.
Yeah, I'm just really into spending $80 a day at Lululemon on dipshit clothes to wear with my shitty friends, and we walk around the mall every morning, and I live off vitamin supplements now. I don't even eat food anymore. I just, recently I started smoking again, but these new vegan cigarettes.
Man. Yeah, old ladies trying not to die.
Dude, damn, dude. I'm serious. If you're old, your ass.
Yes. Whoa.
If you're an old bitch, don't listen to this show.
Wow, Nick the Pitbull.
This is a young man show.
This is a young man show, baby. We're the youth, baby.
Shout out to them young boys out there.
We're all them young boys out.
That hot boy. Where's that hot boy at? I've been seeing his ass around here. Where's that little hot
Where them little hot boys at?
Where's that little sexy ass over here?
I saw a woman talking like that at a diner. I just laughed. She's just a nice old black lady having a conversation with her family. And I just laughed.
Somebody done sucked that boy's dick.
Oh, good Lord. Somebody
that boy
sucked that boy dick.
That boy went missing. Somebody done sucked his dick right off.
And I just laughed.
Somebody done sucked that boy's dick.
Oh, good Lord. Somebody
that boy
sucked that boy dick.
That boy went missing. Somebody done sucked his dick right off. You know, as soon as they put his name in the paper that somebody done sucked that boy dick off. As soon as they put in somebody done suck his dick right off. You know, as soon as they put his name in the paper that somebody done sucked that boy dick off. That boy only 5 years old getting his dick sucked off by some stranger. It's a trifling world we living in.
By the way,
it's a trifling world we living in.
By the way, I had multiple
5 years old getting his dick sucked off by some stranger. It's a trifling world we living in.
By the way, I had multiple football teammates in high school tell me that old black ladies,
Yep.
To teach them how to. No, like
100%
as 9-year-olds.
Absolutely true.
It is true. I don't think he was kidding, dude. The kid had a look of horror in his eyes. I was gonna laugh because I thought he was doing a bit. Because everyone was talking about the first time they and one kid like had a 1,000 mile. What is it? 100 miles.
1,000 miles. Did you just say 1,000 islands?
First time they and one kid like had a 1,000 mile. What is it? 100 miles.
1,000 miles. Did you just say 1,000 island stare? You fat fuck.
Mile. You piece of shit.
Fucking.
I don't fucking. First of all,
you said 1,000 island.
Are you just even fucking like
you?
Doesn't matter.
That is the fattest thing you've ever
island.
done.
You cock. No,
you just did it again.
No, now
you just did it again.
I said 1,000 island. I did not say.
You said
run the tape back.
You said 1,000 island.
I said
literally did
say that.
This kid's got a 1,000 island stare in his eyes.
This poor baby.
This boy.
Wait, what is the phrase?
It was like the Battle of Num Palm.
1,000 mile stare. 1,000 mile.
You said 1,000
I did not, bro. Yes, you did, dude. I vehemently deny
Dude, you're
saying
sweating.
That.
Dude, you're sweating mayo right now.
First of all, ain't nothing wrong with mayo. Mayo is paleo. You just gotta make it out of good ingredients.
The whole white people be like thing, like mayonnaise is legitimately very good.
Stuff's shell shocked.
Both you. My friend, I won't say his name, but he got an old black lady.
Yeah,
as a youth.
Yeah, that's the thing.
She wrote his dick.
Old black ladies.
I didn't say all old.
That's the thing.
I didn't say all old.
They're like,
don't
you need to
You need church, boy. You need Jesus. You need Jesus. You don't need that little dick. Now let me sit on it.
His name, but he very good.
Stuff's shell shocked.
Both you. My friend, I won't say his name, but he got an old black lady.
Yeah.
As a youth.
Yeah, that's the thing.
She rode his
All
dick.
old black ladies.
I didn't
right?
say all old.
That's the thing.
I didn't say all old.
They're like,
Don't
you need to
you,
come.
you need church, boy.
Yeah.
You need Jesus. You need Jesus. You don't need that little dick. Now let me sit on it.
You don't
gonna
need
do your time. Table.
Is that really that bad, though?
An old lady sitting on your penis as a 9-year-old?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, if she can really like.
Because she's not hot.
Yeah, that's true.
That's it. Dude. Good point.
It's not being hot.
Good point.
You boys said it, not me.
Amber, you missed a great one.
Yeah,
Stav was trying to say 1,000-yard stare, and he said...
Oh, yard.
He
yard.
said 1,000 island stare.
I did not, bitch. I did not. First of all, what even is that shit? Ketchup and mayo?
I think Thousand Island has like little like what do you call it? Relish.
Yeah, relish.
Yeah.
I'm out on relish.
Thousand Island is like it's Russian dressing with relish in it.
Yeah.
Ugh. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Thousand Island is
Actually, you know what? Thousand Island is good on one thing and one thing only.
What?
My very
Boy's ass?
special cheesesteak that I make.
How do you make it?
Deer meat.
Deer meat.
Deer meat. Okay.
I'm
Sweet peppers, provolone, sauteed mushroom, Thousand Island dressing.
in the woods outside.
Woods, dude.
Have you ever hunted
the Philadelphia woods?
Philadelphia woods.
Have you ever hunted down a deer with your bare hands?
No, never. I've never done.
Would you kill an animal?
Probably not.
I don't think I would either, but I would love to eat a fresh ass pig.
1,000 miles or 1,000 yard stare. I don't know why I didn't catch that. I don't know why I was thinking 1,000 island stare was something. Stavros probably was thinking about food. He probably was thinking about food. But he said that he said that the 9-year-old black kid had the 1,000 yard stare or the 1,000 island stare because of the old black woman. I don't think that's a thing. Oh, like yeah, I've had some older black women in my life, but they're more like you know, mentors and mother figures. Nothing sexual. That's a problem, man. It's illegal. So I mean, oh my goodness. Yeah, these guys, Nick's older black woman voice is on point. All of them, really, all of them did it. They did it. I need a hot boy. They did the juvenile. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, 1,000 yard stare. 1,000 yard stare. I don't think I've ever had 1,000 island dressing. I guess that's just. I mean, I usually have ranch. But Stavros was definitely 100%. Stavros was thinking about food when he said that. It's amazing he was thinking about food when he was talking about something. But when he was talking, when he was on the subject he was on, he was still thinking about food. He's probably always thinking about food. But yeah.
ненавижу маты, я хочу без них. Я сечу на этот инфоповод в миг. Если ты бози, то ты сразу летишь в кик. Со мной модели, значит я лакшери вип. Лаванда, меня уносит правда. Девочка цвета манго, мангровая лаванда. Меня уносит правда, меня уносит правда. Девочка цвета манго, мангровая лаванда. Лаванда. Эта лаванда уносила меня будто в небеса. Самый лучший стиль, я дрифтую на битах. Биты. Хочешь со мной фотку, но в твоих глазах лишь страх. Я танцую жестко, скоро буду в твоих снах. Здесь неоновое небо. Самый молодой, я разломал эту систему. Размешаю этих белых, как будто блендер. Знаете, гёрл, они хотят меня во френды. Они хотят меня всегда, хотят меня везде. Хейтеров так много, я не вижу в темноте. На мне эти Гуччи, я куплю тебе Картье. Самым первым в танцах, повернись ко мне, Мигель. Лаванда, меня уносит правда. Девочка цвета манго, мангровая лаванда. Меня уносит правда, меня уносит правда. Девочка цвета манго, мангровая лаванда. 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 Я ненавижу маты, я хочу без них. Я сечу на этот инфоповод в миг. Если ты бози, то ты сразу летишь в кик. Со мной модели, значит я лакшери вип. Лаванда, меня уносит правда. Девочка цвета манго, мангровая лаванда. Меня уносит правда, меня уносит правда. Девочка цвета манго, мангровая лаванда. Лаванда. Эта лаванда уносила меня будто в небеса. Самый лучший стиль, я дрифтую на битах. Биты. Хочешь со мной фотку, но в твоих глазах лишь страх. Я танцую жестко, скоро буду в твоих снах. Здесь неоновое небо. Самый молодой, я разломал эту систему. Размешаю этих белых, как будто блендер. Знаете, гёрл, они хотят меня во френды. Они хотят меня всегда, хотят меня везде. Хейтеров так много, я не вижу в темноте. На мне эти Гуччи, я куплю тебе Картье. Самым первым в танцах, повернись ко мне, Мигель. Лаванда, меня уносит правда. Девочка цвета манго, мангровая лаванда. Меня уносит правда.
Говорил Уоррен Баффет или кто там, что, друзья, все вы знаете рестораны, ну, поднимите руки, кто знает рестораны, где готовят вкуснее, чем в Макдональдсе, там, и аудитория поднимает руки, он говорит, да, но все эти рестораны не зарабатывают, как Макдональдс. У этих ресторанов вкуснее, чем в Макдональдсе, но Макдональдс — это большая франшиза, так и Вася Баста. При всем уважении, как бы, я готовлю вкуснее, чем Вася Баста, хотя, конечно, он успешнее меня в миллион раз.
Согласен, но ты сейчас даже не Макдональдс привел в пример. Ты привел, по сути, в пример возле метро фастфуд, который готовит один человек, иммигрант без документов.
Ничего страшного, этот иммигрант без документов может готовить вкуснее, теоретически?
Может. Но если я вижу, что этот иммигрант крутой, и не понимаю, почему он в себя не верит, и почему продолжает сидеть в этом... Это угар нормальный, да, почему ты в себя не веришь. Вот поэтому, кстати, это хороший пример. Амиран Сардаров, причина, вот такие люди, как он, причина, по которой я не переезжаю, например, в Москву, потому что там вот таких людей дохуя, у которых есть какой-то совершенно придурочный критерий, основанный на их вот этом глубоко капиталистическом потребительском обществе, где единственные аргументы — это хайп, деньги, количество там женщин, которых ты выебал, машина, на которой ты ездишь, и кроссовки, которые ты носишь. И они так долго живут в этом болоте, что они перестают осознавать не то, что их ценности хуевые, да, или неправильные, потому что человек сам свои ценности выбирает, они там нет хороших и плохих, давайте похуй, без оценочных суждений, они просто не отдают себе отчет, что могут быть другие ценности, и они меряют исключительно вот этим. И вот сейчас Амирану Сардарову по-человечески непонятно, о чем Слава говорит, и он пытается найти для себя какие-то объяснения, которые он ему озвучивает. Типа, ты в себя не веришь, типа, почему ты не хайпишь, ты не написал ничего стоящего, а Слава, ты все это сделал. Просто это вне поля зрения Амирана Сардарова, потому что в поле зрения Амирана Сардарова кто? Миа Бойко, блядь, Алена Водонаева, Виктория Боня, мне похуй вообще на этих людей. Для меня эти люди не существуют. И я не хотел бы, чтобы они для меня существовали, мне на них насрать. Это не творческие единицы, это просто воздух, ну, для меня, без обид. Я не хочу за этим следить, я не хочу об этом знать. Типа, и вот он здесь живет в этом царстве воздушных замков, в этом обществе просто сверхпотребления московского, где люди уже, ну вот они не чувствуют уже ни собственные деньги, блядь, ни собственные, как бы, там, просмотры какие-то, они уже ничего им, как бы, и все, и они не видят результатов своей работы, поэтому ты там миллионер в депрессии, дуешь шары, блядь, в огромной своей этой квартире в Сити, где там, я не знаю, ты не сможешь, блядь, дотянуться, да, я не знаю, там на стремянке до потолка, да, и ты все равно в депрессии, потому что вот ценности твои, как бы, потому что не то, что ценности твои, потому что ты думаешь, что ты прошел жизнь, потому что ты думаешь, что ты понял жизнь, но ты понял ее такой маленький клочок, и ты специально, чтобы этот клочок понять, чтобы раствориться в этих бабках, блядь, чтобы раствориться в этом успехе так называемом, ты для себя все остальное в жизни отсек, то есть ты сузил свою жизнь, блядь, до размеров своей вот этой дорогой квартирки в Сити, и свои чаяния, желания, стремления и так далее. И вот поэтому я нахуй не хочу переезжать в Москву, потому что вот там такие люди, как Амиран Сардаров, будут мне рассказывать, что я неправильно живу, или что я чего-то не добился и так далее. Хотя, ну честно, вот Амиран Сардаров практически ничего не сделал для русского ютуба. Он просто будет одним из типа типов, которые когда-то там делали ролики. Слава КПСС сделал для русского рэпа гораздо больше. Вот это человек, который влияет на жанр. И смешно, что вот один человек, который не понимает просто не того, в какой жопе он находится, не того, в какой не жопе находится его собеседник, да, он этого не понимает и просто говорит как бы глупости раз за разом. Я не хочу с такими людьми жить, я не хочу с такими. Многие люди переезжают в Москву, потому что там бабки, потому что там можно больше зарабатывать, там связи, там можно типа наладить коннекты, подружиться, потом с людей что-то поиметь. Но понимаете, мне вот что с такими людьми, вот как Амиран Сардаров, мне с такими людьми нужно коннектиться, мне с такими людьми нужно, мне ехать туда нужно, чтобы меня вот такие люди окружали, чтобы мне с них что-то поиметь, их просмотры, чтобы они меня к себе на подкаст пригласили, да, а потом оказывается, что вот там, как Джарахову, да, иногда приходят типы, хуй знает, кто это такие, это может его кенты, но никого это не ебет, понимаете, типа, они как были, так и ушли, кто вспомнит, блядь, что был кто-то Money Blow, блядь, или этот Magic Man, кто эти люди, хуй знает, в пределах Москвы они только существуют, мне вот это нахуй не нужно, просто, я не хочу. Я хочу с дельными людьми, я хочу с людьми умнее себя, талантливее себя, интереснее себя. Я хочу приходить в комнату, где я самый лох не по количеству денег, а где я самый лох по количеству, блядь, по уму, по мотивации, по, блядь, какому-то силе воли, да, по какому-то ментальной уверенности, по какому-то моральному уровню, по уровню качеств, блядь, знаний, то есть, типа, каких-то, ну, действительно вечных, блядь, то, что ценится трансцендентно, скажем так, ну, или как нам кажется, да, ценится. Я хочу вот с такими людьми работать, блядь. Я готов быть самым лохом в комнате вот по этим критериям, по волевым, моральным, интеллектуальным, по критерию денег, нахуй мне это нужно. Чтобы заработать денег, чтобы вот при всем уважении к Джарахову, я, кстати, нормально к Эльдару отношусь, там шутки можно шутить сколько угодно, он сам, по-моему, с этого угорает, я к нему отношусь нормально, мы видимся и т.д., но мне это ради чего? Чтобы 3 миллиона в месяц на шмотки Гуччи тратить? Я не знаю, мне это не нужно. Мне это не интересно, мне на это похуй. Дай бог, чтобы всегда было похуй. И вот Амиран Сардаров, он не то, что он настолько в этом погряз, он настолько глубоко в этой своей внутренней Москве, то есть не, как бы это я не про город Москва говорю, да, а именно про вот его, как бы, как внутренний Бишкек, да, у Замая, про его моральный, мысленный город, да, ментальный. Вот он так долго в этой внутренней Москве, в этом худшем проявлении Москвы, вот это, да, эта декорация из стекла и стали, да, вот это вот, он в ней настолько долго уже находится, что он просто не понимает уже, что с ним происходит, и ему поэтому хуёво, потому что он не понимает, в чем дело, что он свою игру прошел и за ее пределы выйти не может, а ему мало, ему нехорошо, ему не пиздато. И он от этого страдает. В этом проблема. И непонимание Амирана Сардарова, который взрослый человек, мужику скоро 40 лет, и он не понимает, он говорит, ну это какая-то, как он сказал, типа, не конкретная хуйня, или какое-то он там такое слово применил, какое-то, ну вот там, типа, что это все лирика. Агент с лампой. Да, кстати, друзья, признаюсь, я ненавижу песню «Сидим с бобром». Блять, хуже песни «Сидим с бобром за столом» только теория Джуба о том, что песню «Сидим с бобром за столом» написала нейросеть. Вы знаете эту хуйню, нет? Это, блять, во-первых, я ненавижу песню «Сидим с бобром за столом». Это что за хуйня? Ну, это реально, типа... Это кал, во-первых, какой-то. Да нет, песня «Барабулька» попизже. Песня «Булька-барабулька» и ее оригинал, так называемая песня «Бабулька», вот, это кайфуха. А что такое, блядь, что... Я не хочу сидеть с бобром. Я не хочу, чтобы мои дети сидели с бобром за столом. Я вот вам так скажу, друзья мои. Я не хочу. И я, блядь, а есть, можно посмотреть, я хочу видео, где люди тусуются под песню «Сидим с бобром за столом».
Сидим с бобром за столом вдвоем.
Прикиньте, прийти вот на эту хуйню. Бля, это реально было бы круто. Прийти вот на это шоу, зацени мне трек, и включать песни типа «Сидим с бобром за столом», и качаться еще вот так вот прям за стол держаться, типа раскачиваться, говорить «Нихуя, слышите?» Бля, было бы круто. мне смешным на самом деле кажется просто вот это, сука, вот эта раскладка именно. Едим говно с братаном вдвоем. Сука. Пиздец круто.
Столько витаминов, свежи в очке, нежный каломассив. Я наверну говно душистое, смело ща поднажму. Смотри, все сожри, едим говно с братаном.
Вот это суть стрима текущего. Вот если вы мне братаны, то как бы вот суть текущего стрима, она в этом. Пиздец. Почему? Выдается 4 видео.
Come on down South Park.
What you got there, pal? I like that bun. Can I taste that bone? Right there. I already got it. I already got it. I already got it. I got it already. Look. I got it already. I already got it. Look. Look.
Meet some friends, man. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Dash Reacts. Let's check out the South Park episode, Pinewood Derby. Let's do this.
All right,
I've always wanted to try that, but never had the chance.
Give us a drag of only. All right,
I've always wanted to try that, but never had the chance.
Give us a drag of only 0.6 milliseconds.
Hey guys, it's almost 2 a.m.
We know.
Well, it's way past time for bed.
Sharon, Stan's Pinewood Derby race is tomorrow. Do you have any idea how important this is to him? Stan is not gonna lose to the goddamn Hollises again.
Well, it's just a block of wood and some wheels. I don't think there's that much more you can do with it.
That's because you're a chick. Now just leave us alone. I went and got something to put inside our car and make it go extra fast.
Dad, we're not allowed to add anything to the car that doesn't come in the approved kit, remember?
Stan, how do you think the Hollises beat us every year? I'm sure they put lead in the wood or something. We're just leveling the playing field.
What is that?
There.
What is that?
It's nothing really. Tom, I'm standing outside the Hadron Particle Super Collider in Switzerland. Authorities are shocked and baffled over the theft of a superconducting bending magnet created for use in tests with particle acceleration.
How'd you even get that, Randy?
And police are now looking for Princess Leia Organa of Alderaan.
What?
Now looking for Princess Leia Organa of Alderaan.
What?
Caught here in these photos, the troubled rebel princess is seen taking the superconducting magnet and then appearing disoriented as she tries to find her way out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a good costume, though.
2
What you're talking about.
Magnet and then appearing here in these photos, the troubled rebel princess is seen taking the superconducting magnet and then appearing disoriented as she tries to find her way out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a good costume, though.
2.1 seconds for Tommy Bretz.
I see they're wearing Boy Scouts outfits. Are they still in Boy Scouts after what happened to them before?
Now the first activity for this evening will be naked pictures. Now, son, Daddy needs to teach you something very important about tells.
Tells?
When you tell them you only use the approved kit, don't look up and away, don't rub your neck, and don't touch your ear. Otherwise, they'll know you're lying to them, all right? Whenever you need to lie, just don't look up and away, rub your neck, or touch your ear.
Dad, maybe we should just take out the thing you put in the car.
Son.
Yeah.
You have to learn how to lie correctly someday. Might as well be today, all right? I love you, son. I love you, son. You have to learn how to lie correctly someday. Might as well be today, all right? I love you, son.
Do you hereby swear that you used parts in the official Pinewood Derby kit and only parts in the official Pinewood Derby kit?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, young man, good luck today.
You look down.
Yes! Hey, Hollis. You guys race already?
No, little Emmett hasn't gone yet. Think they're saving the best for last. Clocked her in at home at 1.5 seconds. It's the fastest car we've ever built.
1.5?
The time to beat is 1.9 seconds. Brewster, Marsh, Jarvis, and Hollis.
They're in the same heat, too.
3, 2, 1, go!
You got it, Emmett.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Suck on that, Hollis!
Randy, everybody can tell that's not from the standard kit.
A Colorado boy and his father have set a new record at the Pinewood Derby. Stan and Randy Marsh not only broke a speed record, but actually appeared to have bent time and space and discovered warp speed.
You did it!
A parade was held for the winners earlier today, and already offers for commercials and endorsement deals for the father and son appear to be pouring in.
Really?
Dad, I just want you to know I still love you.
Oh!
He's okay. He's okay. He's okay. He's
My son, my poor son.
He's okay. He's okay.
No, he's not. Why did he do that? It is a Pinewood Derby race, Mr. Hollis. It is not that serious. South Park's animation did get better over the seasons, right? South Park's animation did get better over the seasons, right? I love when they do little things to show you that they can step up their animation game when they really want to.
I'm Agent Clark, and this is Agent Marks. We'd like to talk to you about your Pinewood Derby car.
Stan, did you use all the damn toilet paper again? Ah, crap! What? What do you guys want? We said we only used what was in the kit. You got nothing on us. You got nothing on us.
Just told on yourself.
They aren't here for that.
Oh, hi, I'm Randy Marsh.
Mr. Marsh, we were just telling your son that thanks to you, we have made first contact with alien life.
What? Hey, Sharon.
NASA's confirmed that an alien ship has entered our solar system and is headed here.
Of all people to discover.
So guess what? Our Pinewood Derby car found alien life in space.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah, but I guess it's just a dumb little race like you said, huh, Sharon?
He's so petty. Butters, I saw you.
Now that our planet has achieved warp speed, we're about to be welcomed into the Universal Society. All thanks to a father and son who broke the warp barrier using only the parts in this Pinewood Derby car kit.
Mr. Marsh, you were on with all the world leaders.
Hello? Godspeed, Mr. Marsh.
The nation of France is with you.
Good luck with Aryan, Mr. Marsh.
Please say hurrah for China.
Our first encounter with extraterrestrial life is about to happen. Will it be like in Star Trek First Contact?
Live long and prosper.
Or will it be more like Contact with Jodie Foster?
Hi, Sparks.
Or will it be like War of the Worlds?
I I seek the life forms that made this.
That's Mr. Alien. We are the Marshes, Randy and Stan.
Oh, yeah? You're gonna build me another one, see?
I ain't gonna take any chances. You're hanging around with me, see? I ain't gonna take any chances. You're hanging around with me, see?
She's gonna go! Yeah, see? Everyone down on the ground! Get those hands up! Let me see those hands! Do it now!
Hands! Let me see those hands!
I'm Baby Fark McGee's axe. The greatest gangster this universe has ever seen, right?
You can't threaten us!
Who wants it next, huh? Anyone else on this planet want to be a hero?
Why are people who aren't even in the vicinity ducking? Like, you're behind the screen.
Screw this guy. He can't take out all of us.
Oh.
I can kill any mug on this 2-bit planet I want.
That's a serious gun.
You build me a new warp drive or you're all gonna get it, see?
Oh boy.
Of all the people to leave saving the world to.
I'll put the wheels on now, son.
What's taking so long? You're stalling.
Come
on, Randy, just
go as fast as before with only the approved Pinewood Derby kit.
Yeah, thanks, Stan. I know that.
Will we have to tell
that does it?
Thing outside the kit.
Do you have any idea how stupid that will make us look?
All right, that does it.
Time for that.
Hello?
It just blew up our government building. You got to hurry.
Mr. Marsh, why won't you finish the pun?
You better get rid of
nice
him or your
tech.
whole planet is gonna get it, see? You tell him you ain't seen nothing, you got that? I ain't going to space jail. Criminal from the Xenon Galaxy? Fella by the name of Baby Fark McGee's axe?
We haven't seen anything.
Well, you think anyone else on your planet might have seen him?
If anyone's seen an alien named Baby Fark McGee's axe? No, we haven't seen Aryan.
We stole over 600 parsons here.
That's right, yep, you're the first ones.
You don't seem that excited about your first contact with alien life.
That's right! Oh my god! Hey, everybody, we just made first contact!
If you do see any sign of the other alien or the space cache,
we will give you a call.
Mathematical semitonal is fine.
What is that?
All right, son, now you just paint the racing stripe like you did before.
I don't need it painted, I just need it functional, right?
Hey, the right paint job is a big part of what makes a Pinewood Derby car go fast.
That's true. I swear if you don't have that thing working in 3 minutes, this whole planet is done for.
I've got it all figured out, son. You have to kill the alien.
Kill the alien?
Shh! I've been filing down this piece of metal into a shank. I'm gonna call him over here to look at the car. When I do, you shove that in his neck.
No, Dad, we don't even know what'll happen.
What are you two whispering about?
You're gonna get Stan killed, dude. If anybody should be stabbing the alien in the neck, it's you, because you have the bright idea of putting that thing inside the Derby car.
What are you two whispering about, right?
Oh, no, that's
Right?
it. We're done. Here, come take a look.
Dad?
Here, see? Here, look real close at the axles here.
So much blood for a little shove. He just did this. South Park and these neck shanks.
Yeah! All right, you got him, son!
Yeah, you murked him.
All right, men, check the ship.
The life lessons he's
What did
teaching.
Daddy tell you? Everything worked out.
I guess so. It just still doesn't feel right.
But Stan, it's over now.
And it shouldn't,
Never have to lie
Stan.
again.
Hey, Marsh, get in here.
Oh my god. Space cash.
Looks like those alien cops were right. Guess you should call them back now.
Right. Or what if we didn't call the cops?
Just do the right thing.
This is a lot of space cash, guys. Think what
You
we
don't
could
know
do
what
with
it's
it.
worth.
No, Dad.
He's right. We don't have to call the police back.
All right, let's get the cash put into boxes.
So corrupt. Just more
Don't
lies.
think you can keep all the space cash for yourselves.
That's right. This is all of our planet. The space cash belongs to all of us.
Either America shares that space cash with the rest of the world, or we will tell the space cops.
All right, fine. Look, there's plenty of space cash to go around.
Thanks to us, our planet is rich, son.
Oh, no, China. We get to keep the ship. That space cache.
This is all of our planet. The space cache belongs to all of us.
Either America shares that space cache with the rest of the world, or we will tell the space cops. All right, fine. Look, there's plenty of space cache to go around. Thanks to us, our planet is rich, son. Oh, no, China. We get to keep the ship. Just as much of the space cache as everyone else. And you boner. Oh, come on, England. You got just as much of the space cache as everyone else. Oh, hey, space officers. Looks like the alien criminal did land here after all. Oh, you were talking about that alien. Oh, yeah, that one, he was here. Yeah, he landed here, but we killed him. And so, did you find the missing space cache? No. Space cache? No. There wasn't any space cache. Hey, any other countries see any space cache? No space cache.
No way. It's a world full of liars.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the space cache was ever here. Uh-huh. Guess he must have dropped it off at some other planet. Probably. Well, you folks all take care now. Just one more thing, Earthlings.
One more thing, sir. I almost forgot.
We had some images done of your planet, and it appears that one of your poorer countries, Mexico, has built 32 new hospitals and 7 water parks in the last 4 days. Oh. Yeah, Mexico. Yeah, all of us other countries chipped in and gave Mexico some aid. Yeah, they really needed new water parks. Uh-huh. Have a good day. Hey, Mexico! We said no spinning the space cache yet! What the hell are you doing? Will some country that speaks Spanish yell at Mexico, please? They're gonna ruin everything!
Yeah, you don't want to get a win like that, Stan. 48 new soccer stadiums.
No, Japan! Will you listen to me for 5 seconds? If you keep building giant robots, the cops are gonna ask questions! Well, then why can't England... You keep building giant robots... Well, then why can't England build a nuclear power plant? Nobody can build anything! Yeah, well, it's not even gonna matter, because Finland is thinking about telling the space cops the truth! What? Finland? We believe the aliens are going to find out sooner or later what we did. It's best we come clean now. Will you just relax, Finland? I'm sorry, but our nation is resolved. We cannot live with the guilt anymore. Okay. You're right, Finland, okay? You're right. Can you just let us other countries talk for private for a moment? Very well. All right, you guys, we gotta get rid of Finland. Yeah, we gotta take out Finland. They're gonna squeal. Yeah, I think we all agree, guys. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's messed up. They nuked it. Oh. Horrible.
We're a little puzzled over one of your countries, Finland.
It appears to have been destroyed.
What? Oh my God, not Finland! No, not Finland. Hey guys, Finland's dead. Oh no. No, not a Finland.
Oh, not Finland.
Yeah, somebody better break the news to Norway. They were really close. Odds are they nuked themselves, suicide.
We didn't say anything about nukes.
Or whatever they did, I'm saying.
Everyone, I have an announcement to make. I am giving back my Pinewood Derby trophy.
What? Stan?
The truth is, I don't deserve this trophy. Because I cheated on my Pinewood Derby car. I used something not in the approved kit.
What? You used something outside the kit? Not in the approved kit? He cheated on the Pinewood Derby?
This trophy isn't mine. And so I have to give it back. Because if I'm not honest now, then I'll have to keep this lie going forever. And it will just grow and grow.
That's right, Stan.
Well, Stan, we're proud of you for coming clean. But it doesn't change the fact that you cheated. Go to your room, son. You sure you Earthlings have nothing else to tell us? Hey, do we have anything else to tell the space cops? Nope. No changes, no. No changes. No, tell them no.
No changes.
Of course.
Yeah, no, we've told you everything, space officers. All right, that's it then. Come on out, sir. It appears to be over. Oh shit, it's Baby Fark McGee's axe! My real name is Kevin Zaxor. I am the ambassador to New Planet testing. These are not space cops. There is no space jail, and space cash is only worth what you as a planet decided it was worth. I mean, how stupid is your species? Space jail? Baby Fark McGee's axe?
Whenever a civilization discovers warp speed,
Played
we want to
'em.
bring them into the Federation of Planets. But first we do the space cache test to see if that species is worthy of joining.
Needless to say, you all failed.
Of course Earth failed. Do you really think all the leaders of Earth would be able to come together, let alone have a consensus on doing the right thing? Come on now.
Since you did not return the space cache, your species and your planet is hereby forever blocked off and barred from the rest of the universe. Goodbye.
You blew it.
Oh, hey, wait, no. Well, that sucks.
That was a funny South Park episode with a nice, simple message about not lying. Now, it didn't turn out so well for Finland or for Mr. Hollis, but I enjoyed it. Thank you so much for recommending this episode. If you enjoyed this reaction, please make sure to give this video a like, comment, share, and subscribe. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Я ненавижу маты, я хочу без них. Я сочиню этот инфоповод в миг. Если ты боги, то ты сразу летишь в кик. Со мной модели, значит я лакшери вип. Лаванда, меня уносит правда. Девочка цвета манго. Мангровая лаванда. Меня уносит правда. Меня уносит правда. Девочка цвета манго. Мангровая лаванда. Лаванда. Эта лаванда уносила меня будто в небеса. Самый лучший стиль, и я дрифтую на битах. Биты. Хочешь со мной фотку, но в твоих глазах лишь страх. Я танцую жестко, скоро буду в твоих снах. Здесь неоновое небо. Самый молодой, я разломал эту систему. Размешаю этих белых, и как будто блендом. Знаете, герл, они хотят...
Alpha stage, you would be given a pool of points where you can buy certain skills and traits for your pet to learn. It's kind of unknown why they gave this old school skill system to pets in classic WoW and not players. Perhaps they didn't have much time and they had to release the game quickly, so they gave hunter pets this seemingly out of place progression system. Trolls and gnomes were originally designed not to be in the game. In the development stage, they weren't actually thought of as a playable race, but they were added in later, which actually explains why trolls and gnomes shared a starting zone with orcs and dwarves. Another strange thing that never made it to release is that rogues actually used to be able to use the shield, which was called a buckler. Blizzard had an idea that rogues would be a little bit more defensive as opposed to the all-out DPS class that we have today. It's kind of crazy to imagine a rogue not dual wielding and actually using a small shield. Also, raids were designed to be 60 man. It's funny to think about, but the classic WoW raiding, where raids were 40 man, was actually a compromise by Blizzard to make them smaller. I think that this was a right decision, as a 60 man raid is just way overkill kill. Perhaps because of lag issues, they actually reduced it to 40 man. And even then, most computers at the time really struggled to process that many characters in a single instance. This development stage of World of Warcraft is very interesting to look at, and the classic WoW that got launched to the public is a lot more polished than the development stage and the alpha stage way back in the early 2000s. It's impossible to say if classic WoW will be a success, but come the release in summer, we will definitely see a lot of people trying out the old school version of World of Warcraft. Well guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like down below and subscribe to the channel. This is Volty signing out.
A never-before-seen ending to Hunter x Hunter was just revealed thanks to a storyboard auction of all things, and it is crazy. There's a time jump, so we get to see an older version of Gon and Killua. They fight each other. Their fathers fight each other. Kurapika fights Krollo. Let's talk about it. Okay, so let me start by building out a little context here. This is a storyboard for a proposed ending to the 1999 version of Hunter x Hunter's anime. Because what had happened was, when they were making that anime adaptation, they caught up to where Togashi was in the manga, meaning they had no new material to pull from to keep creating the anime. And where they left off was in the York New City arc. And when this happened back then, and it still happens today sometimes, when an anime catches up to the manga, they can either go on hiatus and, wait and hope that more is produced and that they'll be able to continue the anime at a later date, or sometimes they would create their own original endings in order to give the show a proper send-off, as opposed to just like a weird cliffhanger where it ends in the middle of the story. So that's what this was. The director and, main people behind the anime cooked up their own ending to produce. Alright, so let's talk about this ending. But first, let me fill you in on where the anime had caught up to the manga, and it was right in the middle of the York New arc, and specifically right after Krollo had faced off against the Zoldycks, but then they called a truce to one another. So picking up from there, instead of the Phantom Troop faking their deaths and escaping, like we know will happen in the actual story, in this version of the ending, Kurapika goes on to successfully hunt down the rest of the Phantom Troop, and then has a climactic final battle against Krollo. And in that battle, he kills Krollo, but he ends up losing one of his Scarlet Eyes in the process. And also, he sustains such bad damage that he will go on to die, but he doesn't tell any of his friends that he's in that critical of condition. He just tells them goodbye and leaves, and they don't even know that Kurapika is going to die. Then we have a 7-year time jump. After this time jump, we pick up with a 19-year-old Gon, who is now on Whale Island along with his father Gene Freaks, his aunt Mito, and Kite. And this would be Kite pre-Chimera Ant because this was before the Chimera Ant arc. So all 4 of them are reunited and on Whale Island, and
I'm afraid my eye has gotten worse, and I'm afraid it might be terminal. So, this is a message to my sons, Badass Muscle Hyde and Norbit Hyde. Guys, you're gonna grow up without a daddy, okay? Which might have happened anyway, but you need to know what to do. Here's
in a land of mighty kingdoms, new threats emerge. Alliances are reforged. Entertainment proudly.
Welcome in, you guys, to the One Piece post-game show for Chapter 1139. You know how this goes down. We're gonna go and read through the top comments from the full spoiler video and just see what the hell we were talking about and just have some fun with it, right? It's been a while since we've talked about One Piece. One Piece is on break this week, so why not just dip our toes into last week's chapter one last time? So with that being said, Sanji, let me see. 60-year-old Sanji. Let me look it up on the side. One Piece, 60-year-old Sanji. And let's view the image. Put it up on screen. Yes, yes, yes. He does have the same braided beard. Wait a minute. Oda's kind of cooking, man. He's kind of cooking. This one's
Боже, что она с собой сделала? То есть вот как будто бы это вот жертва не просто пластической хирургии, а жертва косметологии. Вот как выглядят жертвы косметологии. Вероятно, немножко побухивает тоже. Кстати, слили видео, где она сидит с бабами, водку пьет, орет, и вот вылезла настоящая Надька деревенская такая. но при этом все вот такое какое-то вычурно-показушное. Короче говоря, меня смущает отечность. Но, опять же, может быть, я ошибаюсь, и вполне возможно, что это какие-то проблемы со здоровьем. Пишите, пожалуйста, что насчет внешности стрелец думаете вы. Боже, что она с собой сделала? То есть вот как будто бы это...
Я ее не боюсь уже. Она была страшна, когда я давала ей интервью. Вот, когда, помнишь, я была беременна, и это пик моей тупости. Мне Айза про это рассказывала, я ей не верила. Она говорит, я в машину садилась и не понимала, я приехала или я уезжаю. Я говорю, Айза, ты гонишь. Это такого не может быть с беременной женщиной. Вот настолько я была немножечко тупенькая. И говорила я очень странно, как индийская жаба. Формулировки no. Вообще ни одной. Там, как люди поняли, что я хочу им сказать, и она еще напористая же.
Она тебя не мочила?
Мочила она меня. Просто я выстояла. Жесткий прессинг ее и ее редакторов, которые сидели на кухне в это время. Я ее не боюсь уже. Она была страшна, когда я давала ей интервью. Вот.
Как это вообще выглядит в деревне? Она также ходила и все это интеллигентно говорила. Мама, я сегодня не смогу доить корову. И думаешь, боже мой, ну откуда это в тебе? В какой момент это произошло, да? Но человек настолько боится показать это нутро, хотя многие, наоборот, они пытаются вроде как кичиться. Да, я из деревни. Ну так из деревни, так и будь попроще-то. Причем, обратите внимание, она так быстро и необоснованно схватила звезду. То есть на самом деле развивается звездная болезнь. Там очень сильный, ярко выраженный невротический конфликт в основе. И вот Надю также хочется встряхнуть и сказать: Надя, приди в себя, да будь ты человеком, ну обычным человеком, откуда это? Пишите, пожалуйста, что насчет стрелец думаете вы. Как это вообще
Она вот так голову опускает и ждет, пока
Pixie had been leaked to an unknown number of creators and background characters, including myself. These DMs are important because to this point, if all you had to With my newfound contempt for President Sunday, I started thinking back on some of the feuds he's been involved in throughout the years. He's kind of known for finding a target and sort of sicking himself on them and going after them for extended periods of time. And the longer I thought about it, the more it became clear that many of the things he's attacked people for in the past, he himself is now profoundly guilty of. And since President Sunday claims to only go after creators who aren't living to their principles, we would be remiss if we didn't try to hold him accountable for his own, or lack thereof. Not too long ago, Sunday lambasted Westside Tyler for mishandling and misreporting a grooming victim's story. Tyler ran a hit piece on larger creator Demon Mama, related to one of her moderators sending inappropriate messages and images to a minor. Tyler spoke with the victim for his video, and made a series of journalistic and ethical errors in the process. I remembered what Sunday had to say about it at the time.
It's kind of just laying it bare. Like, this is not about, there's nothing here to do with actually protecting the victim. This is about clout and building connections with bigger streamers and making a big hit piece on like Vosh, etc. That's all this is about. Which means that we never got their testimony. We got a corrupted story that was molded by you. You abused a victim of abuse in order to spin content for your channel. Actually disgraceful. It's actually the most disgraceful thing you can do. I've got a victim of child abuse giving me a scoop, giving me first-hand testimony. I better make a mid-YouTube video about it. Fucking unreal.
This video would be 2 hours long if I included all the clips of Sunday telling on himself from that stream, but I think you get the idea. Going further back, President Sunday harshly attacked ChudLogic because of Chud's editor DK, because as Sunday puts it, DK was making threats to dox and harass members of the Discord server.
You read something for me?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
And if it doesn't, that's fine. I respect the decision of the majority, but then I'll be happy to dig up anything I can find on anyone on the server, since it's precedent that is now allowed such not bannable.
Okay, so in your judgment, there is a context that justifies this, right?
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself. Time for bed, everyone. Have a good night.
Wow, he's so cool. Now, ignoring the fact that he is an insane read on the situation, Sunday does take a very hard stance on DK's actions, and in his video on the matter, he cites a specific behavior that I now find interesting.
Before this, I thought of ChudLogic as a friend. However, I have other friends too, and I would not be a friend to them if I continued to associate with someone who authorizes his employees to slander and endanger the reputations of other creators.
Whoa, hold on a second. Sunday apparently couldn't even stomach being friends with someone who even associates with someone who slanders and endangers the reputations of other creators. But when he slanders and endangers the reputations of other creators, I suppose it's all kosher, probably for a bunch of reasons that Sunday just hasn't really come up with yet. But this didn't stop Sunday from eventually crawling back to ChudLogic's community later, probably because he's very pathetically addicted to cheers and validation, and Spicy Chat gives it to him. But sure enough, Sunday again wound up attacking Chud over his community and points out how difficult online harassment can be to deal with, which he believed was being facilitated by Spicy Chat.
And it wears on you. Like it just the sheer numbers, it does stuff to you. And I can weather it. I would not expect the average person to be able to weather this.
I wonder if Sunday still feels that way about online harassment.
So easy.
Praise it.
No idea what it didn't. I think
the greatest villain in all of One Piece, embodying what it truly means to be a real pirate. And I know that it seems crazy since Luffy is, the main character, but I genuinely do think that Blackbeard is the man right now closest to becoming Pirate King. I mean, think about it. He's terrifying, he's strong, and he's a vicious pirate who will seemingly do literally anything to accomplish his own goals. Remember, he's killed his own daddy, fought Shanks, and he's currently roaming around the sea claiming all the poneglyphs. So I've been kind of wondering recently, how close is Blackbeard actually to finding Laugh Tale right now? Because we do know that all of the Yonko are currently hunting it down, and Shanks and Luffy are really close. I'm not gonna say they're not, but come on. Teach also has to be on the edge of glory here, right? I mean, he's the big bad man who's destined to battle Luffy in the final war. Probably, I guess. So let's really put that all to the test here and truly find out if Blackbeard has right now what it takes to claim the One Piece and what his entire plan is going to be. And there are really 5 things that I think anyone hoping to claim the One Piece and become Pirate King actually needs. And those 5 things are power, a strong crew, the poneglyphs, a way to read the poneglyphs, and then one very secret special thing that I'll talk about at the end that I think a lot of people actually tend to forget every time we talk about this. So, Teach, do you think you actually got what it takes? Huh? Alright, well, when it comes to power, Blackbeard is definitely pretty freaking strong. I mean, I think it gets overlooked a lot, but he is the guy who basically permanently scarred Shanks out of all people and is actively the man that Shanks views as the greatest threat on the ocean right now. Now, I don't know about you guys because I kind of keep forgetting about that too, but thinking about it, that's legitimately a really terrifying thought because that means that without crazy devil fruits, without god tier level hockey, this man still has some sort of trick up his sleeve that lets him get the best of Shanks. Unless he does actually have god tier level hockey and we just have never learned about it, but would be kind of weird, right? Plus, of course, he's got to be insanely durable or at least have something really sneaky going on that lets him survive an interaction with Shanks, who we know in general is a pretty cutthroat man and one of the all-time strongest characters in the show. Like, seriously, the dude here just stopped the Summit War by just dropping by. He's considered by Kaido to be one of the greats, and Shanks even one-shot one-shotted a 3 billion berry bounty useless kid who had just squared up with Big Mom for an entire evening weeks prior, and it was just over like that. So what I'm trying to say here is he's definitely on a level that surpasses the just average Yonko, and Blackbeard walked away from that alive. Not only that, left Shanks with a massive scar. Now, I'm gonna say I'm pretty confident that somewhere deep down beneath that weird looking face of his and his goofiness, he's got something really dark and really powerful going on next to just his darkness fruit. Like, that's for sure. We kind of already knew that since he literally does have two of the most broken devil fruits in existence. And considering you're only allowed to have one fruit at a time without, you know, literally exploding, usually, this means that Blackbeard 100% has some sort of other special power that allows him to do that to begin with. Marco, for instance, speculates about his special body, and while we still don't know what that actually means, we do know one thing for sure. It makes Blackbeard one of the most powerful pirates in existence. Like, that dude can now rip apart the ocean and shatter entire islands with his Quake powers, and then just go ahead and create dark voids and black holes, and even negate devil fruit powers with his darkness fruit abilities as well. Plus, looking at the facts, he's actually not that bad when it comes to win-loss records either. I mean, seriously, for some reason, people always think that he's a bit of a fraud, and I think it probably stems from his absence and general fear of the Seraphim, and when they were introduced, and like the kind of, you know, a little bit, what's the right word, anxious side that he has to him. But as we saw, even Luffy and Zoro weren't able to just casually defeat those wicked angels when they first fought them on Egghead Islands. And so when I actually went and put all the fights that Blackbeard had on paper, we can actually see here that he's capable of defeating the likes of Law, Boa Hancock, the Revolutionary Army, and then even the remaining Whitebeard pirates all together. Actually, while we're on that subject, it's still not exactly known why Blackbeard was trying to go after Boa's fruit in particular, or why he wants to be a king recognized by the world government. But based on his previous plans to become a warlord to gain access to Impel Down, well, I would just assume that he's got something really devious cooking behind the scenes once again. So I think it's pretty safe to say, Blackbeard, you've got the power of God and anime on your side. And I do think genuinely the scariest part of him is